call the meeting to order at 4 o'clock. We'll begin with our roll call. Trustee Mally-Alt.
Here.
Trustee Guerrero-Salgado.
Present.
Trustee DeFoya.
Here.
Trustee Fuentes.
Here.
And I am here. Do we have any public comments?
No, we do not.
All right. It is recommended that we adjourn to closed session. Do I have a motion?
I still move that we adjourn to closed session.
Lillian DeFoya first. Do I have a second?
This is,
Second.
Is Mr. Fuentes seconds? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We now move to closed session at 4:01. We will now reconvene to open session at 6:10 p.m. and we'll move on to item C2, the Pledge of Allegiance. Trustee Mally Alt will invite our student guests who will be leading us in the Pledge of the Flag this evening.
I would like to invite Nathalia Martinez up to the podium to lead us in this evening's flag salute. Before she starts, I would like to share some kind words from our principal, Ms. Carla Tafoya. The Franklin Falcons are very proud of Nathalia Martinez. She exemplifies all the attributes of the BCSD Portrait of a Graduate. These attributes, combined with her determination, character, and hard work, have led her to the path of success. Some of her many accomplishments include exceeding standards on the math, ELA, and science state assessments, and she has continuously been recognized for yearly perfect student attendance. Not only does she excel academically, but she is musically and artistically talented. She plays the violin and performs in the school glee club. Her artistic talents can be discovered in her beautiful drawings. Most importantly, Nathalia shows great empathy for others and demonstrates all the qualities of a good friend. We are grateful and honored to have Nathalia represent the Franklin Falcons as a leader of our school community. Nathalia, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please stand. Salute and pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And photo, Nathalie, over here. You did an awesome job. We kind of match. Do we all fit? Over there's. Congratulations, you're awesome.
It's beautiful.
Isn't it beautiful? Moving on to item C3, report of closed session.
Thank you.
During our recently concluded closed session, the board voted to approve a settlement agreement resolving the employment of a permanent certificated employee number 2017-0434. The vote was unanimous. Under the terms of the agreement, the employee agrees to submit their irrevocable resignation from the district. In exchange, the district agrees to keep the employee in paid status during a specified period of time. The employee waives and releases the district from any and all legal claims related to or arising out of their employment with the district. Also, during its recently concluded closed session, the board approved the purchase of real property located at 1229 Baker Street in Bakersfield, California, utilizing Fund 40 Special Reserve Capital Outlay. The terms of the agreement include the purchase price of $215,000, a 30-day contingency period followed by a 15-day escrow, and the final purchase agreement will be available to the public upon request. The vote was unanimous. Moving on to item C4, and Assistant Superintendent Christine Carneiro and Superintendent Luque will present our awards for amazing employees.
Good evening, everyone. It is my honor and privilege this evening to introduce to you this month's recipients for our Excellence in Education Awards. So I'd like to start off with our values here at the district, and the first one is accountability. I'd like to introduce to you, and will you please give a round of applause, to Lucia Lucero. She is an academic coach from College Heights Elementary. In the category of caring, Susie Aguilera. She is a teacher at College Heights Elementary. Lorraine Silvas Vasquez. She's the library media assistant at Frank West. Monica Trujillo, teacher at Stern Middle School. Amparo Alvarenga, she is a FACE liaison at Cato Middle School. In the category of collaboration, we have Samara Haynes, academic coach, Sequoia Middle School. We also have Joanne Kramer, psychologist from special education. Madeline Luder, teacher at Thorner Elementary. Robbie Finster, teacher at Thorner Elementary. In the category of equity, please congratulate Paula Silva Ceballos, BIS at Fletcher Elementary. Brooke Antonson, teacher at Franklin Elementary. Dennis Boyle Jr., teacher from VAPA, Visual and Performing Arts. And lastly, in our category of integrity, please congratulate Edwin Ortiz Castro, teacher at Stern Middle School. And David Manriquez, coordinator from Student and School Safety from Instructional Support Services. Congratulations. One more round of applause for our employees as they gather for their picture.
Madeline, can you go all the way down?
Yes,
Thank you.
More?
All the way down.
All the way down.
Right there, right there.
Maybe a little bit more?
I think we almost we can switch this way a little bit. Do we fit, Percy? Can we get it? He's good. I was wondering why we couldn't see her.
Yeah, I went out earlier to try to fix it, but I guess they're going to do it back home.
So we'll wait for folks to exit just for a moment, making space. How many do we have?
Can I have that paper that you're going to amend?
Yeah, I forgot about
Because I
that.
need to add one.
Nope, it's in here somewhere. Oh, come on. Did I put it in my purse? I'm going to find it when it comes to it. Maybe that's it. Nope. I swear I have it.
Various topics.
That's not bad.
I can have some for that.
No, I have it. I just... she gave me a paper for motions. I think it's in my purse.
So you don't hear all the rappers? Would you like a minute?
That's it. To our video Visitors. Members of the public may request that items be placed on the agenda of any regular board meeting. The items must be directly related to school district business. Items placed on the agenda by the public will be for information and discussion, so the board may be advised of the views of the public. Individuals may address the Board of Education by completing the form provided at the door and submitting it to the administrative assistant prior to the start of the meeting. In order to run an efficient meeting, the board is not able to take questions or comments from the floor. The total time allotted for an individual to speak to an item shall not exceed 3 minutes and shall not exceed 15 minutes on one subject. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the board, any member of the public who utilizes a translator shall be provided twice the allotted time to address the board. We have 5 speakers. Our first will be Ms. Caitlin Westmoreland, and the second will be on deck is Katie Holman.
All right, my name is Katie Westmoreland. I am a 6th grade teacher at Nichols Elementary. I've been with BCSD since the 2018-2019 school year. While our class sizes are supposed to be capped at 29, I've never had a class smaller than 30. I've had classes as large as 36, and this year I have 35 in my classroom. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I have 33 on my roster, but I have 2 extras that push into my class that don't count towards my class size. Somehow they don't matter. I'm well aware that class size is an average across the span of grades. And while our school has grown from 3 6th grade classes to 5 6th grade classes, I have never once been on the low side of that average. All this we as teachers accept as part of the assignment. And there are many reasons why we accept the unacceptable as teachers. A love of our students and a passion for our craft are 2 main factors, but certainly why we accept the fact of large class sizes, working well beyond our contracted hours in order to fulfill our expected duties, and the absence of district promised supplies is because we have health care provided for us and our dependents. BCSD's provision of health insurance was one of the most compelling reasons for my husband and I to leave the cities we were born and raised in and move to Bakersfield. As teachers, we know collectively that if we give an inch in regard to our health insurance, that a yard will be taken. We know if we give a foot, we'll lose a mile. Teachers with experience, passion, and expertise are leaving the field, and I fear that a crack will break the dam. As you move into negotiations next month, please bear in mind that for your veteran teachers, your new teachers, and your future teachers, the benefit of district-provided health care will cover a myriad of your other sins. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Moving on to Katie Holman. We'll talk about testing, and immediately after that will be Lance Jacobs.
Good evening, I'm Katie Holman. You guys have seen me before. Stern Middle School, 21st year of teaching. I'm excited. It's party year, woohoo, right? It happens to be my favorite number. So I wanted to thank you so much for listening last year. We did lose next gen testing, so I gained back 10 days of instruction because we got rid of that. But we got to keep the program because I do like the program. I am concerned, however, we saw the testing calendar the other day and it says we are state testing on March 31st. So what do I do with the last 2 months of school? Obviously I will keep teaching, but the students, I don't know if you know this, but they go, oh, testing's over, we're done. So if there's any way to adjust that, even by a week, would be helpful for math especially, because we can teach lots and lots of things in an extra week. Also, I teach 7th grade. Thank you so much for the field trip the other day. It was amazing. Our buses unfortunately got stopped behind the train, but it was fun and our kids were good. They were very well behaved while they waited very patiently. They got a little wiggly, it was fine. The other 2 things I wanted to very quickly just kind of mention is we are still having the issue, especially in junior highs, of on Aries, we cannot document anything that happens outside of our classroom if it's a student that's not ours. I don't feel like that's safe. I can't document, and if I do, my school has a Google form, but I know every school's doing it differently. So we don't have a consistent district-wide. If we don't have access on Aries, is there something we can do consistently for everybody to report when they're fighting across the hallway from me and no one sees it but me? And then to piggyback on the Katie who just spoke, since we're going Katie squared today, insurance benefits, I know tons and tons of people that the only reason they stay in BCSD is because it's fully covered. So please, please, please remember that in negotiations. And again, thank you so much for listening last time.
Thank you so much. Next is Lance Jacobs. Immediately after that will be Tony Perry.
All right, good evening, everybody. So first, before I start, I'm cheating, I know, but the field trip, I was talking about Sandy without realizing I was talking about her, but that was the best organized field trip I have been a part of in BCSD. I thought it was amazingly well organized and well run. Of course, the speaker was fantastic. The kids had a great time. They were so good. If you weren't there, I did not know middle school kids, like that many middle school kids in one place could be that good for that long. It was really fantastic. So hats off to you. Really great. The main reason I wanted to come was to circle back to the classroom walkthroughs. And I'm happy to report that we had some really positive progress over the summer. There were lots of conversations between various people in Beta and with Mr. Lukey and his team, and I think we came to something that is going to work really well. So good news, principals will continue, and their coaching teams, right, vice principals, coaches, they will continue to walk classrooms and provide feedback to teachers. I think that's important for us to get better at our jobs. But now that feedback is going to stay between whoever is doing the coaching and the staff member receiving the coaching. It's not going to be stored on a Google Doc. And just that way, it's I think a more positive, a more low stress procedure. And the nice thing about that is I think that teachers will be more receptive to the feedback because they won't be so stressed out. And ultimately that makes things better for our kids. They should be getting better instruction out of that. So I just wanted to thank Mr. Lukey for his leadership in helping us come to a positive agreement on that, and to let the board know that we at least have one, I think, mutual win over the summer. Very happy with that. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker will be Tony Perry about bus routes, and then lastly will be Ms. Pam Bauer.
Whew, a little nervous, guys, but bear with me. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tony Perry, and I'm here just to kind of voice some concerns over bus routes. Our kid's bus route was canceled this year, which we all understand budget cuts as adults. We do got a budget. The frustrating part about it, we got no advance notice. For a parent like me, I'm working full time. My wife has a 3-month-old baby at home. It is very hard for us to now make arrangements around this bus route. The community that we live in, we have at least 25 to 30 students who got picked up, and we were all just bamboozled at the fact that bus route was canceled, no advance communication, and just having to really work around that schedule. So I know it's a couple parents in here who have that same concern, who are right behind me. And we generally just wanted to really voice the concern. Our kids are everything, right? And it puts us in a very bad place when we don't have the time to strategically plan out things like not having that bus route, right? So I generally just really wanted to open the floor and make sure that we're aware of how we impact the families that are at home, because it is a struggle for us to already get our kids to school. Person like me, we do have one car in my family. I have to get dropped off at work. Wife has to take the kids, and it just makes it so hard. And really just wanted to voice that portion of just security, right? Our community, we came together and we look at each other at school and we're like, oh my God, how are we gonna do this? Between me and my wife, having to partner with neighbors and partner with different people has been a challenge. The good news is, you know, when my kids did ride the bus last year, I had the most wonderful driver in the world. My son has, he goes through social anxiety issues and he doesn't talk. When he was on that bus route, he was finding friends, he was making friends, he was able to grow as a person, and it's something that I want to continue to see happen. So really just want to see if we can figure out how to, what can we sacrifice that's not going to impact the kids that much, right? And then generally, that's it for me, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Perry. The district will be in touch tomorrow to get some more information about the specific route, but also if you could direct the other parents that were affected to give their contact information as well to the district so we can reach out to all of you.
Yep, we got a small corner back
Yeah,
here.
we want to hear from the whole corner if you could just give us your contact info.
Thank you.
And our last speaker, last but certainly not least, with the most fabulous hair is Ms. Pam Bauer.
Well, thank you. See if I can get it.
I got you. I got you.
Thank you so much. Well, it's good seeing you all. I'm here to give some really great news. Back in the 90s, when I was beta president in the dark ages, I was on the foundation board where they started to provide Camp Keep camperships or scholarships for kids and started the Teddy Bear Picnic. Well, across the years, it sort of got put to the side. We had the Teddy Bear Picnic, but it went more to teacher grants rather than Camp Keep. But I am extremely happy and proud to say that this year we are providing each of the, I believe it's 15 schools who are going to Camp Keep $800, which is the equivalent of 2 full-ride camperships for Camp Keep. The one 4-day school will get their equivalent. And we're not insisting that they give $400 to one kid to go to camp. If that $800 can be split up among like 3 or 4 kids, because that's just enough to get them up to the 400, we're fine with that. We just made a little way that they can be accountable about how the money is spent. We on the board do not want to know who the children are or why they can't afford it. That's none of our business. We are telling the school, we're trusting them to pick kids who need the extra help to go to camp, because I'm going to just say from my many years of going to camp with my 6th graders, it is a wonderful experience. More than once, I had the little nerdy kid who never really participated much, you know, stuff like that. But once we went to Camp Keep, just like the child blossomed. You know, they really came out of their shell and participated more. And it's such a great thing because we have a lot of kids who have never been to the beach, let alone to a camping kind of experience. And to be able to offer that to the children of our school is extremely important. I'm just extremely glad that we are fundraising enough that we can finally start helping out. And I wish it was all of our elementary schools or our middle schools that have the 6th graders that were actually sending their kids. Used to be that way, and I wish it would get back to that again, because it really is important. And so with that, our Teddy Bear Picnic fundraiser will be December 3rd. So mark your calendars, bring your credit cards or checkbooks, and plan on spending some money to help us send more kids next year. Thank you so much.
Moving on to item C6, approval of minutes for the special study session on August 5th and the regular board meeting on August 6th. It is recommended the minutes be approved. Do I have a motion?
I'll move for approval. This is Laura, I second.
First was DeFoya and second was Guerrero Salgado. Do I have any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Moving on to item D1, the reports of district organizations. Number 1 is Bakersfield Elementary Teachers Association Beta President Steve Comstock. Would you like to speak, Mr. Comstock? You don't have to.
Have you ever known me not to want to speak? Come on. Normally I kind of wing it, but today I do have some things that I specifically want to talk about. Before I do that, I want to say hello. It's the 2024-2025 school year. Excited to be here and very happy to be working for BCSD. So the first thing I want to talk about was on August 7th, we were able to participate in the new hire orientation where we were able to buy, it was about almost 180 new certificated teachers lunch. That was quite the ordeal. We get about an hour and a half, but we don't really get an hour and a half because they need to be back to their session. We got to feed them lunch and then try and explain to them the importance of Beta, CTA, and NEA. So I'm asking you guys, at some point, we would love to have more time with them than just an hour and a half, because, or have a true hour and a half. Because it's a super important piece for them when we're talking about cow casualty, the standard, extra insurance and protections, and becoming part of the association. And it's just really cool to see all these educators. I'm not sure if you're aware, but because I've talked to you many times already about retention in this district. From August 4th, 2024 to August 14th, the first day of school, this district has hired 210 new certificated employees. That is approximately 15% of our teaching workforce. And we're not even done. Every year we hire almost 100 more between the first day of school and the last day of school. We've got to find a way to do better. And we need to be part of that solution. I have heard so little from the district since school has started. I know there's new committees being formed. I know that there's other things taking place. Beta hasn't put anybody on those committees yet. I know there's teachers that are being considered for them. Teachers being placed on a committee are not Beta selections. They don't stand, while they may be Beta members, they're not actually being placed there by Beta. So please consider that, because we want to be strong participants in this. The other big thing I really wanted to talk about today was bargaining and what's going on in bargaining. We've had several sessions already. We started in the summer, and I think that it was a good thing that we did. I think that we've made a lot of movement in language, and we've hit a snag. So I wanted to generally talk about that. I want everyone on the board to understand, and I know that I got a text saying this isn't true, but I will tell you it 100% is true, and you heard it today. The #1 priority for our members when it comes to bargaining, and the thing that actually keeps a lot of people in this district, is 100% fully paid district benefits. There is not another thing that keeps more people here than that. There's some people that want to come here because it's a great place to grow if you want to become an administrator or go into curriculum and instruction, if you want to spread your wings and try something else. But that's not what keeps people here and gets more people here. It is the fully paid benefits. And I don't know that you know, but we're not the only district in town doing that anymore. In Kern County, there's at least 4 other districts offering fully paid benefits. We also aren't the most expensive in Kern County anymore. There's 4 other districts that spend more on benefits per member than BCSD. And the reason I mention that is it's showing that there's other districts that are playing the catch-up game. They copied us when we offered full years for members. Well, they're trying very hard to match us on that as well. And I don't know if you've noticed, but we've been hemorrhaging employees, and we can't lose this. If we do, you're going to see, and I know it sounds like an alarmist, it sounds conspiracy-like, but you're going to see a lot of people leave. You're going to see people, especially, go to the high school district, because it will be one of the last things that's keeping them here, genuinely. We have a hard enough time getting single subject teachers already. You guys wanted to do a bonus this year to try and bring them in. That bonus isn't going to be enough to keep them if we lose these benefits. Now, one of the things I want to talk about with the bargaining is how BCSD has been bargaining. When BCSD and Beta bargain, I have a bargaining team that has gone through training and they walk through the door ready to bargain. But we haven't previewed what we're going to ask to anybody other than maybe some of our membership and a bargaining committee. BCSD does it differently. They basically, apparently, go to the board and say, these are the things that we would like to ask for. Will you give us your blessing? Can we ask for these things? And they basically get authorized ahead of time. Well, it seems like we're then bargaining not just against, or not against, but with BCSD, but with the BCSD board. And I don't understand how that's a fair and level playing field for the bargaining teams. It's not something that's equitable in the way it's handled. It should really be the staff, the administration, which is a lot bigger than what Beta has to prepare with. Prepare their arguments, their asks, their offers, and come together with Beta, and together we form a tentative agreement. But instead, it's okay, we only think we have this much money and we're gonna go ahead and just offer this. Are you guys okay with that? And apparently, you say yes. So they come to the table not prepared to actually make an agreement. They come to the table to dictate an agreement. And that's not bargaining. That's not fair and equitable for our members. It's not a team. You guys talk about Team BCSD all the place. You know what? There are teams in BCSD. Unfortunately, the biggest team and the main team is the administrative team. Then there's all the rest of us. We're not on the same team. We need to be on the same team. We need to be one team, but we're absolutely not. And that's because we have a lot of processes in place that are built to divide us. And this is one of them. It feels like we're not working together to build something when we're bargaining. It feels like we're fighting tooth and nail to try and get a fair deal. And asking for fully paid benefits when this district was able to, in 7 years with no raises, way back when, they found a way when the budget was actually bad, and they found a way to pay for the benefits. Our budget is not bad. This year's budget is larger than last year's budget. Ms. Gladden's presentation showed that you guys have $910 million to work with this year. That's larger than the budget for the city of Bakersfield. And we're fighting over $323 per person, about $600,000 just for the certificated. To turn around and offer us a $1,200 per person bonus, which equates to about $2 million, and then refuse to offer to pay for the benefits, which is less than half of that. It's a third of that, less than a third. We would rather have the benefits, not a one-time bonus that doesn't do anything to move us on our retirement or anything else. Our members have made it incredibly clear, and we've told you that over and over, but I get told, I don't think you know your members as well as you think you do. I promise you I do. And if we keep playing this game, I promise at the next board meeting, I think you'll see that. The last thing I wanted to talk about in the way the district is bargaining is they set ground rules each time they bargain. The very first ground rule says, the district's negotiating team has the full authority to reach complete tentative agreement subject to ratification by the Board of Education. They've stopped multiple times during bargaining and said, we're not authorized to make an agreement for that. So we're gonna have to stop bargaining now and reschedule. My team has the ability to make a tentative agreement no matter what. They don't have to call me and get permission. That's why they're the bargaining team. If your team is not able to reach a tentative agreement without calling and asking permission first, I respectfully ask that you get rid of that bargaining team and send somebody who is able to do the number one rule on this sheet that they both sign off on. And if they can't do it, I'd invite you guys to come into bargaining and see what it's like. There's nothing saying that you guys can't come and observe and see what it's like. I know you can't all do it at once, but it's absolutely legal for anybody to come and watch the bargaining process. And I would invite the board to come and do that. I would love for you to see how it goes. It's a professional setting, but I would love for you to come and actually drop in and see how it happens. You know, see how the sausage is made, so to speak. So, my request, please send a team with authority or the board itself takes over, and benefits are the unit members' priority. It's what keeps people here. Thank you.
Moving on to item D2, Classified School Employees, CSEA, Chapter 48, President Dinah May Jimenez.
Superintendent and trustees. Well, it's a new school year and we're all back in full swing. I'd like to first of all mention that I attended our 98th annual CCA 98th annual conference. It was held in San Jose this year. Our Chapter 48 was recognized for successful addition of 300 CPALs to our bargaining unit. Yeah. I would like to extend a thank you to the inclusion of classified staff in the social emotional learning module training. Upon completion of the 6 modules, we will receive a stipend of $200 per module. Disbursement will be in October. The extra funds will come in handy for the holidays coming up. So, but I am a little disheartened that in the tab, I noticed that the information was only given to the teachers. Instead of all the employees, like the email that we received. But it's a good thing that we included it in our chapter newsletter to inform our members and classified staff. Regarding nutrition services, we appreciate open communication in regards to forthcoming changes in the kitchens. Some schools have received drying racks for the meal trays to be placed on after they're washed and sanitized. They're placed on the drying racks to dry overnight. Unfortunately, they're very large and take up valuable space. This is not the solution. We believe that the air compressor method would work better and therefore need more continued discussion on this matter. Lastly, I would like to mention that we'll be entering into negotiations next month, classified. CUCA will be entering into negotiations with BCSD. And I would like to remind everyone that CUCA is not an outsider. CUCA, Beta, and LIUNA have been working together with BCSD for many years. We're here for one purpose, and that is for better education for our students and a cohesive working environment for all staff. I agree with Steve. We are all on the same team. So, thank you.
Item D3 is Labor's International Union of North America, LIUNA, Local 777, President Bob Boyd. Are you here? Oh, someone stood up, I got all excited. I've never seen Bob Boyd in person, so I had a moment where I was like, the man of mystery. All right, then we'll move on to item E, Board of Education. We'll begin with board member comments. And our first commenter today is Trustee Anthony Fuentes.
Good evening, everybody. Appreciate you all coming out. It's been a really fun beginning to the school year, at least at Foothill. Quick story. The band at Foothill, the marching band goes around and plays in the halls, and they always stop when they get to the fence and the Voorhees kids are outside playing in recess and they play for the kids. It's really, really cool to see that. And this year I had the pleasure of having a little bit of a closer connection to BCSD. I'm at Kern High School District at Foothill, and I'm teaching freshmen for the first time. So all I want to say is thank you, BCSD, for sending some good kids, sending some really, really good kids. I really mean that. Back to school nights have been happening, and my understanding is that they're going well so far, and that we've got more coming up. So please, please, please attend those. Get to know your schools, and I'll just keep it at that for tonight. Thank you, guys.
Next is Trustee Lillian DeFoya.
Hello, everybody. Just wanted to say that it's been kind of nice to have all that excitement in the air with a new start and new clothes and well rested and starting the school year. So I like to see that kind of enthusiasm. I remember when I was a teacher and it was always fun and exciting, and new bulletin boards and all that other stuff that you have to do. But anyway, I was really pleased tonight to see so many of our employees being recognized for their values that they espouse. So I want to thank them for their commitment and their dedication, and want to wish everybody a really wonderful school year. Thank you.
Trustee Guerrero Salgado.
Well, that was fast.
Oh, sorry.
PALS, Parents as Leaders, for our parents and guardians that are out there that are interested in becoming a parent as leader. It's a good group. It's a group of parents that not only comes in to help the school site, but also help our teachers with crafts and stuff, putting books together, especially during the holidays when you have all those knickknacks that teachers need help with. It's very helpful when you have 10 to 12 parents in a parent center, cutting that out in 30 minutes, you know, and then just delivering it to your classroom. So if you see a parent that is not aware of PALS, just send them over to the parent center. Also, our wellness centers are up and running. You know, if there's that one child, you know, with the fall season coming in, the wind, allergies, asthma, you know, if you need that help on refilling that inhaler, reach out to our wellness centers. Again, you can send our parents over to the parent center. Prairie University. Yes. The big kickoff. It's coming. It's right around the corner, September 14th, and we'll have a lot of community resources out there. I encourage you to come out and visit and meet some of our parents. We usually expect about anywhere from 300 to 500 parents, and it's a good way for parents to meet other parents from other school sites, and they can, you know, brainstorm ideas. The last thing I want to share is on that field trip. Got to see, I was able to go, and also my son was able to attend that field trip. He's a student over at Stern. He said that that was the best field trip ever. Because that was one of the field trips that they didn't have to walk around anywhere, and they were actually able to focus on what the field trip was about. And he said that one of the little girls in his class said, I feel like the field trip came to us even though we're not at the school site. So I think that was by far the best decision we made as a board to get this consultant and send these kids off. It was, every penny was worth it. Dr. Jose Hernandez, the way he told his story, you know, and he talked about his teacher with a passion. Yesterday when I went home, I went to my son's room, and for those of you that don't know, my oldest is now just signed for 4 more years. He serves in the Army. And I went to his room, and I didn't share this with you guys back there. This is the only award. He has several, but this is the one that hangs on his wall. And I always asked him why, because it didn't matter how I rearranged his room. This is the one he kept up there on the wall. And it was from McKinley. Back in September of 2007. There was something that that teacher said to him and something that the principal said to him that motivated him to be where he's at now. And this is not just any certificate. It's not a certificate that was laminated. It's actually on plywood. You know, so to him it has a lot of meaning because whoever made this put a lot of thought into it. And he's held on to it for several years, and it's still hanging in his room until he comes back home. So with this being said, teachers and principals, little things, little details, kids remember. And whatever it was, those words, Mr. Lagore, did I say that right? Mm-hmm. Said back. John Lagore. And Mrs. Bird, principal, thank you. I owe this to you. And my journey with BCSD started when I moved out here in 2000. It was like memory lane. Here's my son's school ID. He has it in there in his room, and this is where it all started. where a child comes first. He believed in our staff, and he still does. And I can also share with you that my son did Parent University before he left. Thank you.
Trustee Malial.
Thank you to all the public speakers and Mr. Comstock and Dinah May. So we are a few weeks into school and everyone has a mild cold or allergies, and we're still adjusting to the new schedule, but we're powering through. I can't figure out if mine's allergies or cold. But I attended back to school night last week, and I hope that parents and guardians had a chance to feel as welcomed and comfortable as I did when I attended. I got to see the class art, have homework explained to me so that I know what to work with my son on at home, and create an account in Class Dojo so I can gently remind my son to stay in his seat at school when he gets home. At Back to School Night, I was able to sign up for School Booster Club and was offered many more opportunities for involvement and growth. I know parents and guardians are very, very busy, but even signing up for one event or activity can be a big help to the school and the district. So I just want to encourage everyone to try and find an activity to help out, and preferably something that you enjoy. Thank you.
So I think since I've been on the board the last 4 years, I've probably said 100 times, please, please, please invite me to your classrooms. And Miss Kayla Ferguson at Williams was like, bet. I've never set up an elementary school classroom before, but I slept like 14 hours that night after I helped her set up the room. And I left at one point for like a lunch break, and she worked through it. So and my daughter came back. I bought reinforcements afterwards because it was so much. So I mean, the staff and the teachers both, like it's not just the teachers, like the bulletin boards in the cafeterias and all the decorations are beautiful. The new office in your conference room that the PD staff put up, there's this extra love and care that goes into making all these spaces ready for the start of the school year, and it's been really special to walk around and get and see them in so many different spaces. So thank you to the people that take that executive function time and lay in bed at night and think about like, what else do I need to go to Wally World or Amazon or whatever and get, because you really do make our district a beautiful place, and we're so grateful to you. And I might be busy next year while people are setting up classrooms, I don't know. Ask me again after I've recovered. Her room is beautiful though. I also, I didn't know our district did this, but I've been knocking on doors for something else in the community, and someone said to me, oh, are you here to remind us to go to school? She said, the lady from McKinley already came, the assistant principal lady. I love that we have staff before school even started that were walking around the district and going to our homes and reminding families if they needed help. We didn't get a chance to connect with everybody, but I mean, kudos to our teams that got out there and did that. I know we just had Back to School Night. I had another community event, and I drove by Stella Hills, and there was like no parking on Thursday night. And I was like, I love when I drive by a school and it's just inundated with families. Like, that's a wonderful sensation to have. So thank you to all the parents who went to elementary school Back to School Night last Thursday. For our junior high school kiddos, don't forget it's coming up this week. And thank you to the teachers who are staying extra and meeting with parents and doing all of that magic to make that happen. I also got to go to McKinley for the first day of school, which, again, like, we vote on things, but we don't always see them in person. And over the last, 10 days, I've gotten to see a lot of things, I voted for in action, and it's just so super neat. So that is also I was there on the first day with the Blue Zones, and it was so great. The principal's so great. The kids are so great. Everyone was great at McKinley. Then we went to the field trip. I apologize if you were there because I was like a blubbering mess. I totally cried. It was so inspiring. But I agree with Trustee Guerrero Salgado and Lance Jacobs who was talking. Our kids were so good. There was not disruption. There was not and most 7th graders, my encounter with most 7th graders is they draw penises on everything. That's all I know about 7th graders. So the idea that they could, I'm sorry, was that rude? That's really all I know about the grade 7th grade. But for real. But they were so mature and engaged and really super, are you okay? I can stop. I'm sorry that comment was upsetting to our, okay, I'm just saying, I'm sorry if I upset you, sir. I take back my comments. No, but the students were really wonderful, and the speaker was even better. I'm going to share with you a little story, just really, really quick. I try to walk around and talk to some of the different schools, say hi to the kids I know, say hi to the kids with awesome hair. And there was a little girl, Alejandro from Cato, who was waving me down. And I thought she was gonna like ask me to escort her to the restroom. Like that's usually kids are like, can I have a water or the restroom or whatever. And she said to me, it is my dream to be an astronaut, meet an astronaut. I said, that's amazing. And she said, I really want his autograph. Could you go ask him? Are you like brave enough to ask him? I was like, I'm absolutely brave enough. So I snuck in the back, and I don't think I was very suspicious as I'm trying to like walk back with this piece of paper. But I brought it back to the student, and she was so overwhelmed with emotion. And he not only signed it, but wrote her like a personal letter to pass on. And, you know, we just brought him to speak. He could have said no. He could have, you know, not taken the time, but he did. And for that student, it meant so, so much. And those moments are like really what we're here for. And I applaud the student was bold enough to ask a woman with blue hair who she had no idea who I was to do something. She just happened to ask the right person, and I happened to ask the speaker. And it was a really full circle, a really special moment, and I had to share it. I don't know if you know her, but she's fabulous. The speakers tonight were awesome, and lots of things we didn't know we learned, so thank you all for coming. I mean, everyone just really insightful tonight, very respectful, like good on time, way better on time than I thought you'd be, gold star. And I wanted to also echo lastly what was said about Parent University. If people in the room have never been to Parent University, I see some new community members who may not be parents yet, but I do know some of you. Sign up for Parent University. It's a great way to connect with our families and see the magic that our district does. For those of you that are parents, there's free daycare. We have transportation options. We feed you. The food's pretty darn good. The speaker is awesome the first day. All of the tracks this year are really exciting. We've just started re-enrolling folks for Parent University, so you can ask someone at your face advisor at your campus, or you can log in online, or you can call the district office. Like, we are not hiding and enrolling people for Parent University, but it really is about making us better, not just as people who drive our kids to school, but partnering with you in the education we provide. So I'm super excited about Parent University this year, if you can't tell. But thank you all again for being here tonight, and thank you to my fellow board members for your comments. They were so, so good. And we will move on to item E2, which is Superintendent Mark Luque.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back. Looking forward to Thursday night's second round of back to school night for our junior and middle schools. Yeah. We understand there's a lot of business to take care of, but we want to get through our back to school night schedule before we start building up our teacher committees and the like. So that's forthcoming on a retention focus, and we are equally committed to that work. A little different tonight is that the presentation is behind me, not in front of me, because our camera's down, our lens is down. So next slide, please. Yeah, that's weird. So I want to address a couple of different topics. Of course, start with our academic priorities. It's why we're here, to educate and move students through their learning continuum. I'm kind of starting the discussion tonight. I'm going to hand the baton off to Christine Chapman, who's going to talk about Summer Institute and kind of our focus through her department and her lens in her presentation later tonight. I want to kind of laser in on some preliminary data for our board to dive into with respect to our English learners and our LP progress indicator that we're going to see in a couple of months with our dashboard outcomes. We have a pretty good idea of where our schools are going to land on that metric, and we see good progress. I want to bring back last month's talk on the CalKids initiative and where we are with starting that work as a system. I want to note where we are currently with enrollment and attendance as of last Friday, and today with enrollment attendance as of last Friday. And let's celebrate some things, and I'll end with where we were yesterday with the assembly. So, next slide. So we are starting again, so let's go back to the core of our work, our values, our vision, and our mission. To kind of recenter us here, so we'll have a quiz at the end of the meeting. Our values: equity, integrity, caring, collaboration, and personal and collective accountability. And we all should exemplify and lead in these values, and it's my goal to model these values every day through my interactions with staff and the board and our parents and families as we serve our students in the district. Our vision is to be the model of educational excellence, equity, inclusion, and innovation. How are we preparing kids for high school and life success beyond our system? and positioning students with agency and voice as they navigate high school, and they have their schedule designed for them, and hopefully those kids have an active voice and choice in A through G track, college or career track. It really should be our kids' choice as they're navigating that experience. Our mission is to educate all students at the highest levels of academic excellence to become collaborative, creative, and critical thinkers, understanding what the jobs of tomorrow are really demanding in our current workforce. So next slide, our portrait of a graduate, our 6 competencies that we are aspiring to define what our educational programs will look like to ensure our kids successfully meet the expectations of these bigger ideas with respect to effective communication skills, problem-solving skills, resilient learning, critical thinking, creating, and collaborating as we go forward. So let's kind of look into that for a second here. And I shared this last year with our portrait committee. Next slide. And I've shared this year through all of my communicating our message campaign with all of our different employees. The idea of a new definition of what school should be for our students. The new purpose of schooling needs to be fostering agency, collaboration, and real-world problem solving. To ensure students can think critically and creatively, collaborate effectively with others, apply skills and knowledge to solving real problems, and finding meaningful ways to contribute to the world. And so we're on this journey of what can this look like? What should this look like? What should we expect of our kids to demonstrate ideas like agency and collaboration, problem solving, critical thinking, communication, collaboration. And so we will gather our teachers together one more time and have the committee continue this year with hopes of bringing to the board what is our plan going forward to really transform our system of educating students. Next slide. Also, I've shared with our staff and our families and our board and administration our priorities around student learning. These are aspirational. Next slide, please. These are aspirational. I recognize it will take more than 1 year to get here. I recognize not all students may achieve on grade level. We should aspire to support our kids to make their fullest growth, to be as successful as possible, so that all students read, write, speak, listen, and be mathematically proficient by grade 3. All English learner students entering into BCSD in kindergarten are reclassified by grade 5. We'll be bringing to the board in future months new legislation and requirements from the state of California around long-term English learners, which further emphasizes the need to reclassify our students before they leave into 6th grade. All students must regularly engage with authentic learning and assessment beginning in grade TK. Real-world problems, real-world solutions, hands-on type of learning experiences, where students are navigators of their learning and teachers serve as facilitators. And then, most importantly, is that all students enter into classrooms where they are safe and welcoming and inclusive and respectful. All students belong, are embraced, are supported all along the learning journey to reach their ultimate success. So we'll have to bring these ideas to life and do that work. And so let's look a little bit in retrospect. Next slide, please. Around our English learners, and one more slide. And here is a draft year-to-year comparison of where our English learners achieved with the Summit of LPAC. It was administered last spring, after February 1st. We saw 3% improvement of students who increased a level, a little bit regression of students who maintained, students who maintained a 1 or a 2 or a 3. They didn't grow, but they didn't regress. About a third of our English learners kind of fall in that category. And we saw a 2.5% improvement in the number of students who fell backwards. So we're making positive progress. We hope and expect to see even greater progress as we go forward, and we're more hyper-focused on the instructional strategies that most benefit our students. If we go forward one more slide, we'll see a little early peek at what our dashboard should look like with respect to English learner progress. So last year, the dashboard's 5 colors: red, blue, green, yellow, orange, red. We see 10 schools this year in blue versus 4 schools last year. 8 schools in green versus 11 last year. That's a net plus 3 schools in the top 2 categories. We see 3 more schools in yellow from last year, so 9 to 12, that's positive growth as well. We're still at 13 schools in orange, so we have some growth to do, but we only have 1 school in red, and last year we had 5 schools in red. So kudos, and this is your work. I get to present this, but this is your work. This is what our teachers do in their classrooms every single day. And so again, as we continue forward with a better focus, understanding of the strategies that work best with our students, the best resources, we anticipate continuing to see marked improvement with our English learners going forward. And we know too that our English learners, when they struggle, they tend to struggle in reading and writing, so how do we support those 2 skills? And that's our work going forward this year. Next, real quick, Cal Kids Initiative. Next slide. If the public's not aware, the state of California has made allowable early dollars for families of eligible students to have a little bit of a college savings account. And last year the board approved a resolution to offer a little bit of support to connect families to these accounts. And so our first initiative is we mailed a letter to all of our families that you see up on the slide with their 10-digit SSID number. We offered our FACE liaisons the same information so parents can connect with their FACE liaisons to create those accounts that need assistance. You can do it on your own, but we're here to support families to do that work. We'll continue to overlay this message with our goal being that 50% of our 8th graders, at least half of our 8th graders leaving to current high, have accounts established before they leave, so that our current high counselors don't have to worry about that legwork of creating accounts for kids when they enter into 9th grade. And then as we go forward, we'll continue to overlay that with every grade proceeding, a hyper-focus this year on our kinder and first grade parents to educate them as well as what's available. Thank you. Next slide. Enrollment and attendance. One more slide, please. So as of last Friday, our enrollment is sitting at 28,266 students. I think actually that was today's number, but the slide says Friday. Our attendance as of Friday was 96.5%. So we're seeing more kids come to school. We just have fewer kids enrolled in the district. And so we know that we see some improvement through Labor Day, but we are further behind now than we would anticipate. And as I've shared with the board, there are a few areas of the community where we're seeing less enrollment. It's the Ming Avenue corridor, Frank West, Evergreen, over to Curran, that area. And the Niles corridor, kind of Williams, Horseman, Garza, and Mount Vernon. 2 areas of town that we're seeing a little bit of a regression. And then there's, you heard the story of Nichols. Nichols is bursting at the seam. And so we have to do our work to evaluate and analyze that information, but we're hopeful for more kids as we go forward. And now celebrations and recognitions. Let's give a round of applause. They're not here, but let's give it to them anyway. Compton Junior High is a CSBA. Yes. Is a CSBA Golden Bell finalist for their attendance enhancement and re-engagement program. It's what Dr. Cruz Boone talked about. It's the efforts that staff go out to homes, knock on doors, engage with families. So cool. In an effort to get them to school. So Compton's chronic absenteeism metric was 18.5% last year, 3% better than the district number. So kudos to Compton for their efforts and being recognized as a finalist. They'll have a site visit sometime in September-ish, October-ish to confirm the work that they're doing there. And then hopefully we'll celebrate them in December at the CSBA conference.
Yes.
Hopefully. And then the next slide. Everybody has said it, just bringing some pictures to the experience yesterday. And what we had lunch with Dr. Hernandez after the presentation, the assembly, and he is the most humble person. Everybody wanted to take pictures with the astronaut, and he took pictures with everybody at La Costa and all of that. But he told us the story of Miss Young, his teacher. When astronauts fly into space, they are given 100 tickets to invite their closest family and friends to the launch. Well, being Latino, 100 people doesn't even cover the immediate family. So he was able to scour additional tickets from his fellow astronauts who had smaller families. And at the launch were his parents and Mrs. Young. So again, here is a, I think 47-ish-year-old man when he took flight into space, 32-year journey of trying to get into that seat as an astronaut and still understanding the impact and importance of his teacher in second grade, believing in him enough to go to the house and compel Dad, keep me in school, don't let me take a long vacation to Mexico, as many migrant families do. And that impact allowed him to dream bigger than maybe was possible and allowed him to achieve his greatest effort. And what is, in his own words, what is more important than being an astronaut is that he was the person who created the kind of first mammogram machine. He invented the first mammogram machine, and that to him is way more important and valuable than being an astronaut because he's saving lives in that work. So wonderful, best, most amazing experience yesterday. We wish we could have brought more kids in, but we're limited in buses. And to Mr. Jacobs' comment that's been shared, the kids were absolutely wonderful. And so I want to make sure that they get the recognition for laughing at his jokes and being engaged the entire time. So kudos to that. And the last slide, just kind of sharing with him what his message was yesterday. A father's recipe for success. This was his dad's wisdom to him at 10 years old when he told his dad, I want to be an astronaut. And the dad said, go do it. But here are 5 things, 6 things you need to do to go do it. Define your goal. Recognize how far you are from it. Create a roadmap to get there. Education is key. Develop a strong work ethic. Persevere and never give up. And for a man who was denied by NASA 11 times to try one more time, he was accepted on his 12th application. Kudos to him, and it's wonderful our kids got to hear him. So thank you so much. And as always, thank you for choosing to be part of our team. I know at times it can be challenging, but thank you for being part of our team and working with us and being collaborative. Appreciate all of our staff. Thank you.
All right, moving on to item E3, Cultural Heritage Recognition Month for September, Hispanic Heritage Month for that history, and I don't have, it's not a motion.
It's me.
It's just you, right? Okay.
Just gotta take a drink.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, you're good, you're good.
I didn't even notice you grab it.
Bakersfield City School District recognizes the heritage of Hispanic Americans in our schools and city and encourages all students, staff, and Bakersfield City families to deepen their understanding of the Latin community by celebrating their histories, cultures, and contributions. During the Civil Rights Movement, the campaign to recognize the history, struggle, contributions, and achievements of Hispanic Americans gained traction. In 1968, California Congressman George E. Brown introduced House Joint Resolution 1299 to commemorate the contributions of Hispanic and Latinx Americans, authorizing President Lyndon B. Johnson to proclaim the week of September 15, 1968 as the first National Hispanic Heritage Week. In 1988, President Ronald Reagan declared September 15th through October 15th as National Hispanic Heritage Month. Hispanic Heritage Month begins on September 15th and ends on October 15th to coincide with the independence dates of 5 Latin American countries who declared their independence from Spain in 1821: Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. Hispanic Heritage Week commemorates Chile's independence from Spain on September 18, 1810, and Mexico's independence from Spain on September 16, 1821. The Board of Trustees encourages all staff and families to visit our BCSD Cultural Heritage Guide located on our district webpage for activities and resources to honor, recognize, and celebrate the history of Hispanic heritage. Thank you.
Moving on to item E4. It is recommended the resolution to change the September board meeting from Tuesday, September 24th, 2024 to Monday, September 23rd be adopted. Do I have a motion?
This is Laura, I move it.
We have a first from Laura Gross Legado. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, and then for discussion, I just want to let you guys know I'm going to vote no because I can't come that day. So that's fine, but I mean, I can't chair that meeting, so I don't want to move it. You can handle it. It'll be fine. I've tried to find someone to cover the evaluation I'm doing, but I haven't been able to. I'll keep trying. All right, any other discussion on that item? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Me? All right, so the motion passes 4-1. Just want to make sure I'm not mixing it up. Yes, okay, E5, just checking. All right, so item E5. Before I read the recommended action, tonight the board is considering on E5 the recommended approval of amendments to the employment agreements for the district superintendent and the assistant superintendent of human resources, the assistant superintendent of business services, and the assistant superintendent of educational services. Pursuant to Government Code 54953, I am providing an oral summary of the amendments that are being recommended this evening before the board takes final action. If our motion is approved, the amendment to the superintendent's employment agreement revises Mr. Luque's term of employment as superintendent to be effective July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. The amendment also increases Mr. Luque's annually credited work days of vacation with pay from 24 to 29 days with a maximum accrual of 29 days effective July 1st, 2024. For the duration of the agreement, unused vacation time that has been accrued in excess of 29 days as of June 30th of each fiscal year shall be paid out to Mr. Luque as additional salary. The remainder of Mr. Luque's employment agreement remains unchanged and in effect. In addition, if approved, the remaining amendments revise the terms of employment for Ms. Gladden, Ms. Cornejo, and Ms. Orozco as assistant superintendents of their respective departments to be effective July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. The remainder of the assistant superintendent's employment agreements remain unchanged and in effect. It is recommended the amendments to Superintendent Mark Luque's employment agreement be approved. Is there a motion?
I'll move for approval.
The motion is Trustee Tafoya, thank you. Do I have a second?
This is Laura, I second.
Laura Sorogo, the seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Moving on to item E6. It is recommended the addendum to the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Service Employment Agreement be approved. Do I have a motion?
I'll move for approval.
Trustee Tafoya first. Do I have a second?
This is Laura, I second.
Can I ask a question real quick on this one? So you're just saying from the second summary, your agreement changes as far as vacation and the extension of your contract. The other contracts just change as far as extending through 2027.
Correct, the one-year
Okay.
extension.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Any other discussion on item E6? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Moving on to E7, it is recommended the addendum to the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services Employment be approved. Do I have a motion?
This is Laura, I move that we approve.
After Laura is our first. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion unanimously carries. Moving on to item E8, it is recommended the addendum to the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources Employment be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move for approval.
Is there a second?
This is Laura, I second.
First Tafoya, second Guerrero Salgado. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Moving on to item E9, it is recommended the Administrative Hearing Panel's recommendation be approved. Do I have a motion?
I move for approval.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
So I am going to be abstaining from this vote. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of the Administrative Hearing Panel?
Aye.
Aye.
I abstain, and then also if I could make a request to Ed Services to please reach out to the victims that are gonna have to go to school with those kiddos. Please. All right, moving on to item F. The board will now take a 5-minute recess. It is 7:25. We are in recess. Sorry, that was really loud. Moving on to item G, Ed Services, where Ms. Laura Orozco, our Assistant Superintendent of Ed Services, will provide a department update. I'm all over today, so, okay.
Good evening. Good evening. No, is it on? No? Is it on? Oh, I can't hear myself.
No, I can't hear it.
Oh.
We can't hear you.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Can someone make the mic
Yes?
work,
Okay.
please? We can't hear
my
you.
voice, I've been told I'm loud enough. So good evening, everyone. President Dr. Cruz Boone, board members and guests. I wanted to start off with first just appreciating the support to bring Dr. Hernandez. I know when we brought the idea, everybody was very supportive and it was just a great success. And so just thank you for supporting that initiative. And I do want to extend the biggest thank you to the amazing Sandy Menendez, my secretary, that we talked about it and she said, we can do it. And at first I thought, I'm going to be honest, I thought 3,000 seventh graders, you know, I was very nervous. And so we brainstormed, Mark and I, of how to do it and make sure it went well. And so just thank you to all the support staff as well, to our teachers that were there as well supporting our students. So just thank you for that. And so under my division, I do have a few items. I have our yearly textbook resolution that we make sure that we have enough textbooks, which we do. They're all standards-based as well. And also, Mrs. Christine Chapman, one of our executive directors, will be doing the summary or presentation on Summer Institute. So thank you.
Perfect. Moving on to item G2, the public hearing for the Pupil Textbook Instructional Materials Incentive Program Act is open at 7:35. Do we have any public comments? Anyone want to talk about our textbooks? Going once. Are you sure? You didn't have to fill out a public comment form. I'm just making sure. The hearing is now closed at 7:35. Moving on to item G3, resolution to declare sufficient materials under Ed Code 60119. It is recommended the resolution to declare sufficient instructional materials fiscal year 24-25 be adopted. Do I have a motion?
I'll move for approval.
I'll second. I have a first and a second. Is there any discussion? I was just going to say, I was surprised. I asked the superintendent about this. I learned something else new this week, that we have modules for each of the grades, like on ELA or for science or whatever, and there's always extra of like the fourth module because some of the kids aren't at reading level, so it takes them longer to get through all the, and so we have all these left over, and I was like, why do we keep buying the fourth module if they're left over? Because we have to have one for every kid, whether they can get there or not. So I learned that because I was like, why do we have so many of the fourth one at the end of the year? And that's, like, I learned something.
And we also have to have enough in our inventory that if a child chooses to take one home, they get to take it home as well.
Yeah. So those were new things that I just learned because I was like, why is there so many boxes? They're wonderful. The materials are wonderful, but I didn't know there were so many boxes. Things I learned while I unpacked sixth grade class I didn't know about. Okay, is there any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, moving on to item G4. And we'll have a presentation on our Summer Institute. Ms. Chapman, the floor is yours.
Good evening, board. Thank you for this opportunity to highlight some of our Summer Institute this year, Summer Institute 2024. I'd like to, oh, is it on?
It worked.
There it goes. Okay. Okay. So as we began planning for Summer Institute 2024, we started with some of the things that we're pushing out in the district. So obviously a big part of Summer Institute 2024 was going to be this work we're doing for Portrait of the Graduate. In addition to this, as we looked at the BCSD priorities, and I know Mr. Lukey spent some time reviewing these with you today, when we looked at the first and second, and also the last one, those were three that we're very familiar with. We've been working on for several years now. And the one thing that was kind of something that we hadn't been addressing in a big way was this idea of authentic learning. So we kind of latched ourselves to this concept because the big thing is that not just that was one of our priorities, but When the Ed Services team went out and they listened to our students, they heard loud and clear that this is what our students wanted. Our students wanted their education to bridge to the real world. They wanted to be able to learn from the classroom things that will help them navigate their life. They wanted to have the experience in the classrooms really impact what was going to happen in their future. So that brought us to the work of authentic learning. So as we thought about how we would design Summer Institute, we thought, well, what is going to be the purpose? What are we going to want from this? And what is going to be our goal and our expectations moving forward? And so our purpose here was really to approach this concept of authentic learning, but really how it's going to meet the promise of the Portrait of the Graduate, but also to really hopefully inspire our educators to integrate this into their classrooms. And our goal is that not that they had to go outside and create all of these new things, but that they could dig into the resources that they currently had in the classroom to build from those things, because those are the things that they had in hand. And our expectation this year is really that they just try it, that they just hopefully try to navigate something that they learned during Summer Institute 2024, that they approach it using, again, just the resources, their core curriculum that they currently have in the classroom. So we did a bit of a different design this year. We did a 2-day design with 6 sessions. So elementary and middle school all had 6 sessions. We grouped teachers by grade level. And instead of teachers moving this year, teachers stayed together and our presenters moved. So the presenters moved to them. And we also intentionally placed teachers together with other teachers from their school. And that's going to become important on my next slide here. And you'll see we also had specially designed programs for our visual and performing arts, our pre-K, our transitional K, our SPED alt curriculum people as well. So when it came to the session design, you noticed on that last slide, we had nice big blocks of time and we had lots of breaks in them because we wanted to do something different this year. So the session started out, the first part of the session, the teachers didn't walk into a slide deck. They walked into a modeled, authentic learning experience. They were a participant in a grade level experience. So if they're a 4th grade teacher, they participated in a 4th grade learning experience that was developed as an authentic learning experience. Then after that, the middle portion of that was when they got an opportunity to reflect on that experience and connect it to the competencies of the Portrait of the Graduate. They were also walked through how that particular activity was designed using their core curriculum. So they could see, this is where we found this idea, this is how we developed it and made it more real world for our students. And then this last part, came from our teacher voices, right? Our teachers have been asking for a differentiated pathway. They've been asking for time to plan. So we built the planning time into our actual sessions. And that's why it was highly important for them to be together with their school site and with their grade level teams during the presentations. So they were offered multiple things to do during that 3rd part of the session. It could have been to create another authentic learning activity. It could have been we created these little scavenger hunts through the core curriculum. So if you were a newer teacher, maybe you just wanted to get to know your curriculum, you could do that. Or you could do some activities with AI to enhance your curriculum. So we had a couple different pathways for them to take during the last part of the session. And then I wanted to share this with you because as we researched authentic learning, this is not a new concept. And this is not even new in BCSD, to be perfectly honest. We landed on this design element, this research right here, because we felt it was very simplified it was very easy, 10 design elements, something we can latch onto. But I thought what was most important about this sheet here, and this is what we shared with teachers in every session, were these examples of authentic learning. When we looked at those lists, those things are happening in BCSD already. So authentic learning is not new to BCSD. It may not be widespread, but there are great examples of it happening already in our district. So this was going to allow them to see that this is already something we've got going on. We just need to expand it and increase it happening throughout the district. And then to ensure that we had time for an in-depth discussion and review of the competencies within the portrait of the graduate, we assigned each session one of the competencies to make sure that they had plenty of time to go in-depth to discuss what that competency looked like for each session. So you'll see we assigned it to the different content areas, and middle school had each session assigned one of those competencies. And then we had 1,311 up from last year, participants this year, so another success, more growth from last year, so we're pretty excited about that. And then we had a lot of just positive feedback from people just coming up. I love being in the room and not having to move rooms. I love being with my grade level. I love having the experience that my students are going to have. I love having being modeled for me. But in addition to that, we also had the formal feedback that we get during our evaluations. And I'd like to highlight just a couple of these for you today. First of all, the one in history. I'm looking forward to implementing the authentic learning that was demonstrated. It was immersive and very engaging. In ELD, the collaborative extensions and activities associated with grade level text that allow students to practice all language domains were great. Math, this session was super interactive, and I loved how it got us to work with different people and get us out of our seats, which is modeled for what we should be doing with our students. That one just sends it all, because we modeled for them what we would like to see in the classrooms. And so moving forward, as we go into this year, we will continue to support the priorities with the work that is currently and has been going on in the district. And that is refining those foundational skills, right? So we continue to work with our teachers and our school leaders to support reading instruction. We need to continue to work with that Tier 1 instruction and making sure that we are supporting that implementation of the core curriculum. Making sure that Tier 1 instruction has that real world context, that it's making sense to students and they know why they're learning things. And then we have our systematic writing resource development that we're currently in the process of implementing, and that needs to continue as well. And then of course, refining our universal access and differentiation to ensure that we're able to address the varied needs that our students come to us with. And so this work is done. Yes, we will continue to have maybe some of our bigger PD like we do have that is district-wide we offer after school, but really a lot of the work, not just from the C&I department, but with our multi-educational programs and our SPED programs, we are moving out into the sites. So we are going out to the sites to really support what their individual needs are with professional development, coaching, modeling, and supporting their planning during PLCs. And then lastly, this is an event that is truly for Team BCSD by Team BCSD. We don't bring people in. And I know that used to be a practice a while ago where people would come in, we would bring consultants in. But the knowledge lives within our group. And if you notice here, 56 of our presenters were actual classroom teachers. And the majority of them were not district office people, I'll tell you. They were others were coaches that are from the school sites or school site leaders that were helping us to present. This is a production that takes many, many people. We not only have support from our school sites, but we have support from our M&O team to get that campus ready. We had IT out there daily. We had the entire Ed Services team out there every day to help with this particular project. It really is a huge event, but it is well worth it, and it was absolutely just well put together in the sense that everybody came together and brought their best to the table. And so it felt like it felt successful by the end, but then seeing the comments and the teachers' reactions as they left each day and said, that was great, I got so much out of today, was just a super feeling. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
I was just going to say, like, I went to a lot of professional development in my workplace before I started teaching this week, and like almost none of the people who did trainings taught during COVID. So like, I really appreciate for Authentic Learning that you had educators who not only lived through that, but also are currently still teaching in the classroom, because that's so much more relevant. That's my favorite slide, is the picture of all of you guys and the breakdown of who was involved. I think that's such a smart shift of the way that we're sharing information and not having to walk to the presentations. Like, so smart. Like, very, like, yeah, sorry. As a teacher, I'm like, I would have loved to not have to walk from building to building to go to a training, like to have it all centralized. So my time in the summer when it's triple degree weather, yeah, but also like, it gives you time between the sessions to collaborate with people that you don't always get an opportunity to talk to you. So, very thoughtful.
And I wanted to say I appreciate you providing planning time, that you're listening to the teachers and you're trying to add what they want. I was curious how much planning time you provided.
So that would depend on the session. Anybody who's presented, sometimes things get away from you. So sometimes it wasn't as long as we anticipated, but we did want them to have at least 45 minutes. That was our plan. But I know many of you up there are teachers, so sometimes your plan, you don't quite get to it. But what we did do is I did share all of those ideas, all of those like self-directed ideas for that planning time with the teachers, so that if they wanted to use them during their PLC times or their bank day Wednesdays with their staff, they have them available to them.
It's a different.
And we could also support that work as well.
I was just going to say it's a different kind of planning in the summer too, and everyone's refreshed and your mind is a little bit away from the classroom. So that sounds great. Thank you.
I enjoy the pictures. I see a lot of familiar faces. I was like, oh, that's a teacher. I know her. Even the newest teacher, to see the daughter of a teacher there, it's even better, because I remember when she was going to school, and now she's teaching our kiddos. So that's good. I love the collage. Thank you.
The planning time did come out of teachers asking that when they get the training, can they have some processing time, immediately after the training, so they can plan and discuss it, so that, kudos to our teachers that gave us that feedback as well.
Thank you.
Great job. Moving on to item H1, our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Ms. Sherry Gladden, provide a brief department update.
Good evening. I have no department update tonight, just it's been an exciting start to the school year, and I'll leave it at that. Everyone's been busy, worked hard, and I think it's been pretty successful. I do have 3 items under the business consent agenda tonight. 2 of the items are related to maintaining our eligibility to continue collecting developer fees, which help to fund our school modernizations and our addition of classrooms. And the 3rd item is a continuation from last month. As we're closing out the fiscal year and our items are undergoing audit, we bring forward 4 additional state school facility grant audits that were all clean, no findings. And so we'll get those filed away and submitted and on with the next year.
Moving on to item H2, public hearing on the proposed adoption of school facilities fee nexus study and increased school facilities. The public hearing for proposed adoption of school facility fee nexus study and increased school facilities is now open at 7:53. Do we have any public comments? to talk about it? Going once. Are you sure? All right, the hearing is now closed at 7:53. Moving on to item H3. It is recommended the resolution for proposed adoption of school facilities fee nexus study and increased developer fees be adopted. Do I have a motion?
I move for approval.
Trustee DeFoya, do I have a second?
Second.
Second is Trustee Fuentes. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Moving on to item H4. It is recommended the Proposition 51 audit for fiscal year ending on June 30th, 2024 be accepted and acknowledged as received.
This is Laura.
I don't think we need a motion because it's just a...
Isn't it?
Be accepted and acknowledged. Do we need a motion to accept the receipt? Okay.
Action item, yeah.
Of course. Okay, so Laura, you're our first.
I'll second it.
And second is Toya. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you for that, guys. Moving on to item I, Human Resources. The Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Ms. Christine Cornejo, will give us a brief department update.
Good evening. Thank you. Well, it's the beginning of the school year, and so I brought forward to the board just to share some staffing information on our hires for this school year. And to start off, I'd like to start off with our classroom teachers. We did hire a lot of teachers this year. We hired a total of 202 classroom teachers, and I know that's a big number. We're a big district. There's multiple reasons our teachers separate from our district. Some are retiring. We have resignations for various reasons. We also have classroom teachers who promote into support promotional positions, and also we have teachers who are in short-term permits, and so they don't meet their basic coursework requirements, and so we need to move forward and staff our classrooms. We are committed to employee retention, both classified and certificated, and we are committed to look at various ways on how we can retain and recruit our employees. We communicated with our management team at the ALI that we had at the beginning of the school year. We explained the importance of building capacity of our employees, both classified and certificated, and also to provide strong onboarding of those employees, especially our newer team players to BCSD. Employee retention has been and will continue to be a top priority within the district, and we have a shared interest with our Beta and CSCA partners. So as we move forward, we will continue to look at ways at recruiting and retaining our employees. In our classified area, I know our board is very familiar that we have some hard-to-fill positions, our school bus drivers and our special education positions. Just to go over some numbers with our school bus drivers, we hired for this school year a total of 8 new school bus drivers, which gave us a total of 109 drivers currently. We are still looking to fill and staff 7 vacant positions. So we're still looking at those positions closely daily. And in our special education field, we have hired 90 new special education aid candidates this school year, which gives us a total of 504 special ed aides in the classroom right now. We do have 101 vacant positions still vacant, and we're working on staffing. Of those 101 positions that are vacant, we have 26 candidates currently going through our onboarding through HR, so they could be anywhere in the area of being fingerprint processed or their pre-employment physical, just paperwork and so forth. So they'll be soon in the classrooms. And today, actually, we had special education aid interviews as well. And I believe special ed interviewed, or we had 23 candidates who accepted the interviews. So hopefully we got some good candidates to move them on into the classrooms as well. Not only are we, looking at retention of our employees, but also recruitment practices, and we've made a lot of efforts in our classified area as well as our certificated area. But just to give you a few, I'll just go through a little list of what we have done throughout the years. We have offered signing and retention bonuses. We have an employee referral bonus for referring school bus drivers to the district, which helps us not only in employing school bus drivers, but it also assists our employees of BCSD where they can receive a bonus for that referral. We have added a monthly stipend to our special education aides who work with our most neediest students that are in the moderate to severe classrooms. We've increased our paraprofessional tutoring testing. We have also added online and in-person tutoring for employees who are looking to enter the paraprofessional profession. We have provided paraprofessional testing and interview workshops at our local high schools, East High. We have gone out to Foothill. We have gone out to various others, and also we have a collaboration, a partnership with Kern High School District's CTEC and our ROC centers, and we go out there. Our employment team goes out there. We give paraprofessional tests to our seniors out there and also give them workshops on how to conduct an interview, and so there are mock interviews going on there as well. We attend our BC events, career fairs. We go out to our parent university to give how to apply to BCSD workshops. So there's a lot of good stuff happening. We are actually going to be having, and I think the board has in front of them, a special education career fair that is going to be coming up in October. We have been exploring our own job fairs in different capacities here. So we are having them yearly, a classified job fair, and we attend outside job fairs in the private sector as well. So I could go on and on. We have career pathways for our classified employees to move into the roles of certificated employees. We have pathways for our certificated employees to meet their credentials requirements. So right now I just wanted to touch briefly on a few things that we do. I plan to bring at future board meetings a little bit more detailed presentation to the board, but I just wanted to give you a taste of what's happening in our staffing world. So that is all I have this evening, other than the certificated and classified human resources report for the board's approval.
So moving on to item I2, it is recommended the certificated human resources report be approved as submitted. Do I have a motion?
This is Laura. I move.
Laura is our first. Who's our second?
I'll second.
Second is Fuentes. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item I3. It is recommended the classified human resources report be approved as submitted. Do I have a motion?
I move for approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Fuentes seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So it is recommended the consent agenda be approved with items J4 and J18 being pulled for a separate vote. Do I have a motion?
This is Laura.
So Laura makes the first.
Second.
And then the second is Rick Manley. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of passing the consent agenda except for items J4 and J18, please agree by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? So the first part of the consent agenda passes. It is recommended, well, okay,
What items did you
J4
say? Okay, thank you.
and J18. I'm gonna try and make a motion here. And if it is not the motion that you want, don't make that motion. I'll give you another option, okay? All right, so it is recommended that all consultant agreements listed under J4 be approved except Corey Dillard, Teresa Adamo, and Jennifer Williams Cordova. Is that the motion, or do you want a different motion?
I was okay with Corey Dillard.
Say that one more time.
I was okay with Corey Dillard, just the others.
So that is not the motion. Fabulous. All right, let's try this again. It is recommended that all consultant agreements listed under J4 be approved except for Teresa Adamo and Jennifer Williams Cordova. Is that the motion? Yes. All right, so that is the motion by Brooke Melly Alt, but I need a second. I have to have a second.
Second.
All right, I have a second. Is there any discussion on this specific motion?
I lost you there. So you're asking, here, let me click on it.
To amend the consultant report to
part, and then
exclude
I'll
two
explain
people.
why.
It's the third and fourth names on the attachment.
Education Services, Teresa Adamo and Jennifer Williams Cordova?
Yes.
Yep.
So I'm concerned about the amount of money for this particular project. It's $50,000, and it's for two individuals that we did not receive a resume for. It does state that they are providing SEL assemblies for students, but I couldn't find anything online as far as them having any SEL work. So that comes out to $2,500 per person per an assembly, which is about an hour. I am open to the idea of them providing these services. I just think the price point is wrong, considering that we had an astronaut speak for the same price. I believe these individuals have self-published books. I may be wrong on that, but that's what I gathered online. And then we also have, I believe on the consent agenda, Laura Numeroff, who wrote the famous To Give a Mouse a Cookie book that I remember has been famous like since I was a little kid, and it's amazing. I love that cartoon also. And she was also $50,000. So I just don't feel like the services provided are reflective of 10 assemblies for $5,000 each. I did ask for more information because I wanted to approve this, but I was not provided any more information other than, yes, it's expensive, and yes, this is the going rate for things. But I feel like we need to have a higher caliber for expectations when we're paying somebody that amount of money. We're going into very difficult economic times, and I want to do my job as a board member, a parent, a taxpayer, to ensure that we are being very methodical and safe about the money that we're spending. So that's why I am not in support of that. I am in support of it in a different package, perhaps, but even when I initially thought it was $25,000, I was kind of sticker shocked by that, and then I found out it was $50,000 because they're paying them each $25,000. So this one didn't add up to me.
Is there any more discussion on this item? So I have a motion on the floor. All those in favor of passing the motion as it stands? Do you want to do a roll call vote?
So what are we voting for then now?
So we are voting to recommend the consultant agreement listed under J4, except Teresa Adamo and Jennifer Williams Cordova that you just discussed.
So
That's
yes
the
would be
motion.
that I don't.
But we pass it, but those two people would not be included.
Okay.
That's the motion.
Okay.
Good question.
Sorry.
No.
Also, you're willing to vote on a separate vote after you receive the information that you're requesting? Is that, am I understanding?
I asked quite a few times for more information. There wasn't enough to make me feel comfortable in passing that. So I'm saying I think it's a great idea. I just don't think it warrants $50,000. I think that it would be great for them to go to the schools and do that. It sounds like a cool activity. I'm just not comfortable passing it as SEL when I could not find at least any record or resume. I do think going forward, in addition to this, we should have a better process for like those high ticket dollars. A lot of the other items on that agenda were like $600 here and there, and then we had the big ticket items, which were the astronaut, Laura Numeroff, and then this one, which again just didn't add up for me.
So we followed the exact protocol of consultant agreements, same documentation requested for everything with these particular individuals. And as I expressed to Trustee Malialt, I agree, the sticker price is excessive, but that's what they quoted us at, that's what they did. So I also offered to Board President Cruz Boone that we reevaluate the protocol with which we collect documents from consultant agreements. ultimately, it's the board's decision, and again, appreciate the process tonight to do this because it was already agendized, so it had to come through this discussion.
Right,
So we're just going to follow the board's direction, so wherever the board goes.
Okay. It's your motion, so would you like to do a roll call vote or just do a vote of acclamation like we normally do?
Just a normal vote.
Okay. All those in favor of passing this motion?
Aye.
Aye. So I am an aye, aye, aye. All those opposed? Is anyone opposed?
I'm abstaining.
And anyone abstaining?
I'm abstaining.
So we
as
have two
well.
abstentions. So the motion passes 3-2. Moving on to item J18. It is recommended that J18 be approved as submitted. Is that correct? I'm asking.
No, I'm saying no to that one. Oh, sorry.
Okay, so does someone else want to make the motion that it be approved, or we can, and then we can vote no? We can talk about it during discussion, but we have to have a motion in order to discuss it.
Our motion would be to deny.
All right, so it is recommended that J18 be denied as submitted. Do I have that motion?
Okay, so that's where I'm saying yes.
Lauda will, first, that J18 be denied as submitted. Do I have a second for that?
Second. Is there any way the screen can be pulled up so the public can see?
I need to finish the last motion on the last one.
And I also wrote down exactly the wording that I said, so I'll give that to you.
Sorry.
But so the motion is, it is recommended that J18 be denied as submitted. And the first was Lauda, and the second was Brooke Melio. And then we're in discussion now, so I don't know if you want to explain, and she can work on that.
This is for the Girl Scout cookies. There was a lot of stuff that I didn't think was worth this price. Our extended learning program does have a lot of other things to offer to our students, and I just, as a parent and that has a child in the extended learning program and participated in this was not what I expected for not only my child, but for any other child in the district. I think those 88 can be redirected on a different program. That's my personal opinion.
Can you give any examples?
When you think about Girl Scouts, and my daughter did share with me that it was not, she's done Girl Scouts before on the outside, not through the district. It was more motivating, more like, okay, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. And this was more like, okay, you're here, there's a sheet and color pencils, and if that's what it's gonna be, $88,000 is gonna be, then our after-school program, extended learning program can do that, right? I mean, and it wasn't just my daughter, it was a couple other kids, and that's why I brought it to Mr. Luque's attention.
Is there a way that we can maybe check to see what's being done? Because I feel like there might be some students that don't have the opportunity to join Girl Scouts if it's not at the schools. So I'm just saying, is there a way that we can look at like the integrity of it to make sure that it's...
Well, if you, on our Friday board update, Mr. Luque did include participation. How many students participated per school site that did have a Girl Scouts after school? So I don't know what exactly you're asking
Well,
for.
and it's my understanding that Voorhees is not one of the included schools anymore. That program is discontinued. But some of the other schools needed other like tracks for after school programs. Okay. No, so like that, like we're not voting to put it at Voorhees. No. Like the schools we're looking at are not Voorhees. That's why I think people heard some of those concerns and felt like there wasn't the support for the program at that school site. Are there existing, do you know, there's existing this is an existing program that would be continued at the school sites where we're continuing it, right?
Correct. The district just had I'll call it a long-standing relationship with the Girl Scouts.
Is there, I know, I was looking at at the schools that are involved in this. It seems to me that very often the people that are intimately involved with the program are the ones that give some kind of an evaluation, or they give accolades or complaints or whatever it might be. So is this just starting out so that we don't have that information to know if this is going to be a successful program? Because I mean, I've heard like great experiences, and if you read the analysis here, it sounds like it's a worthwhile project.
I believe the program has been successful in most schools. I understand the concern with respect to Voorhees in the past, that maybe it wasn't as beneficial to students at that campus. But again, we have 34 elementary schools that I think many could benefit from. And again, for this year, the proposed staff analysis includes Evergreen, Franklin, Harris, Longfellow, Muncie, Owens, Pauley, Roosevelt, Wayside, and Williams. And of course, understanding the board's concern, if the board would approve this, we would overlay some significant serious program evaluation, inclusive of the enrollment numbers, and I sent that in the board update on Friday. The regular attendance, we can monitor that, as well as, you know, anecdotal data from students in terms of how beneficial they feel the program is being, and parents as well. And Mrs. Santillan is available too. If she wants to add anything on top of that, I invite you to the podium to come and share. I have not, again, I understand and I appreciate the perspective of our board member. This has not been a high volume concern from parents.
That there's problems.
That there's problems.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that there's not, it's just, it hasn't been brought to my attention.
I mean, I've seen photos like from field trips last year of like the Wayside kids and stuff that we'll post on Facebook.
With the Girl Scouts?
Yeah. Because they take them on at least one field trip as part of the program.
They go to the Ag Nation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I would agree this hasn't been something that's been brought up in the past, so,
Yeah.
but it is something that we can monitor this year, since it is a concern of yours. And one of the items on this contract is a field trip to the Ag Nation in Visalia. And I know that's something that the Girl Scouts pride themselves on, so it's a really unique experience for them.
So you have you received complaints or concerns from some of the parents and some of the students?
No, not at all.
Because I know it's, you know, it's been around for a long, long time, and there's been some benefit for a lot of the students. So if some of these students are receiving great benefit and others aren't, it's kind of unfortunate that they're all kind of lumped together. But you hate to deny the ones that are having good experiences and learning. By the same token, I don't think we need to pay a lot of money if the program's not effective.
But it's definitely something, if it's passed, that we're going to definitely take this into consideration, and we'll, you know, monitor it a little bit differently than we did in the past, so, and communicate that with them.
Who helps with it at the school sites? Like, is it after school staff? Is it like FACE? Do the moms like volunteer like they do in regular troops? Like, is it a family activity? Do you know?
No, actually, they have a person from the Girl Scouts that comes out that's assigned to each site. So she comes out and visits each site and rotates with them. So,
but I don't see like a salary in here. Like, she's a volunteer, or I'm looking. I'm trying to, like, she gets mileage. The person gets mileage, or do they get paid?
She gets paid.
Okay.
Facilitator fee, I believe, on the
yeah,
budget
she's
line.
the
item.
facilitator. Yeah, she's part of it.
Wait, so she does it for all like 9 schools we have listed?
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Yep.
How does that work?
It's
like,
an hour a week, so schedule an hour at a time. But it's school sites.
So like every 2 weeks they'll get like 1 day of, okay, that makes sense, twice a
just
month
makes
for
her way
each
around.
one, and they rotate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's actually like, well, I mean, and I don't know, Ms. Kerning, if you can speak to that, but like having a traveling staff person at 9 school sites
For 37 weeks.
For 37 weeks, that seems like about what we would pay.
Yeah.
If they're doing a good job.
Yeah, if they're doing a good job.
Yes. And she's hired specifically for our district.
Is it, I'm gonna ask this is a controversial question. Is that lady the same lady that was the problem lady at Voorhees? Do we know, or is it a new person?
I
Is it
don't
someone we
know
work
that,
with?
but I can
Okay.
find out. I would find out if it's
Yeah.
approved, yeah.
Yeah.
And can I also ask, is it to the benefit students that typically would not be able to partake in Girl Scouts?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So it's an additional option for
Yes.
them, and it's not mandatory, so if
Correct.
they're doing it of their own free will. Okay.
Correct, and we do not participate in the cookie sale.
That's not part of it.
I like the cookie sale.
I know that's the best part, but we don't do that.
No, I mean, I think the uniforms and the like kind of sense of sisterhood is also really special, and that's an extra cost that our kids might not always be able to afford. Like that, there is a sense of community to belong to something that's been going on for generations. But like no one in my family's ever been a Girl Scout, so I wasn't a Girl Scout. It was too expensive.
Yeah, my daughters were, but that's been years ago.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of benefit to it, but I know things change over the years. That's why I'm asking about some kind of an assessment of it.
Can I ask a question? How time sensitive is this? Like, because I see their field trips already scheduled on here. They've already got dates. Like, I don't want to delay the start of it, but I would love to know more about the staff person that we're contracting. Is that, like,
So
is that hard
the
to-
time-sensitive piece would be the field trip to Agri Nation,
Yeah.
since that is a
September
September 21st field trip.
Before the board meeting?
It is before the board meeting, but that would be close.
Yeah.
That would be cutting it really close.
Again, each board member is voting on
No,
whatever,
yeah, that's,
so.
I'm just trying to work out the timeline in my head.
Can you restate the motion again?
So the motion was to deny this program as submitted. That's the motion on the floor. So if we vote yes, we would be saying no to the Girl Scouts. If you vote no, you would be voting yes to the Girl Scouts.
If I may ask, are there any other programmatic evaluation and/or structures we can put in place to make you feel more confident that the resources are being used to their optimal level if you choose to approve it tonight? Any benchmarks you want to see in place, any report you want to see come back to you, whether it's in September or October, attendance numbers, involvement.
I would be curious to see feedback from the students that participate and their parents and their perception of it.
Okay.
I think that'd be very important since it's being questioned, you know.
So, that way if it does get approved, there's some element that
evaluation system.
reinforces whether or not it's beneficial to students.
All right, so the motion on the floor is to deny the J18, the Girl Scout After School Troop Program, as submitted. Is there any more discussion on that item? So a yes vote is to deny the Girl Scout program. All those in favor of denying item J18?
Aye.
Louder.
Sticking to my.
All those opposed to the motion? Aye.
Aye.
Any abstains? So the motion does not carry.
Okay.
So it is recommended that J18 be approved as submitted. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Brooke is Molly All is our first. Do I have a second? Does anyone have a second passing the Girl Scouts?
Wait a minute, I'm confused now.
Were we not going to amend it? So that
I could make the motion to amend it,
like
so
approve,
we
but
don't have,
also have.
we do not have a active motion on the floor because we haven't had a second, so I can absolutely make that amendment.
Yeah.
The denying the Girl Scouts did not pass.
Yeah.
So now that this agenda, we didn't deny the program, so we can take another motion on the floor.
To approve it.
To approve it. Anthony's recommendation was with
an amendment to have more extensive evaluation.
Amend with.
Going forward.
Do we want to like do a
Get specific about
October check-in since that'll be after their big event?
I think
or
October's board meeting is a good date to bring back some data.
is that okay?
Yes.
October data check-in. And if we get in the Friday update, find out if that lady's the same lady, that would be super helpful.
I'll let you know.
Because that'll make me go like,
So
So you're making a motion.
that would be my motion.
Yeah, it is recommended that J18 be approved and amended, that there is an October board meeting check-in on the program.
I'll second it.
So the first was Anthony, and the second was trustee Tafoya. All those in favor of the current motion to approve J18 with the amendment of an October board check-in, say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Me.
Lauda is still opposed. Any abstaining? The motion passes. That was a good conversation, you guys.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to K. It is recommended the meeting be adjourned. Do I have a motion?
I move for adjournment.
Ms. Tafoya first, do I have a second?
This is Laura, I second.
Lauda is the second. Any discussion? All those in favor of adjourning? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are adjourned at 8:24 p.m. Great job, everyone.